the silent dreams.
Welcome, welcome to a quiet place, where the night moves slowly, and the light is soft. Take a moment now to settle in, and let the day gently fade behind you. There is nowhere you need to be, and nothing you need to do. You may simply listen, or drift, as the story begins. Let your thoughts grow quieter. Let the world fall still, and follow only the sound of the voice. Tonight, we travel to a place not easily found on any map. A place that exists in the hour between last light and first sleep, where a garden waits in silence, and a woman moves through it, as she has always moved, quietly, without haste, as though she and the night have long since come to an understanding. There is a particular quality to October in the north of England. It is not the quality of endings, though people who have not spent much time there sometimes describe it that way. It is more accurately the quality of honesty. October in the north strips things back, not violently, not with any theatrical ambition, but consistently, steadily, with the particular patience of a season that has done this before, and has no doubt about its own necessity. The days grow shorter first, then the trees release their leaves, in the order they always have. The rowans first, their berries already long since taken. Then the beeches, going out in bronze and copper, as though determined to make a show of it. Then the oaks, always last, stubborn and russet and magnificent, holding on until the first real frost reminds them that holding on and letting go are not as different as they seem. The light changes too, not just the quantity of it, the quality. In October, the light comes in at a lower angle and lands on things differently. It finds textures it ignored in summer. The roughness of old stone, the grain of weathered wood, the intricate structures of seed heads and bare stems that stood unnoticed all summer behind the full green press of growth. Maren had always loved October, not despite what it was, because of it, because it asked for attention, of a different kind, a quieter kind, the kind that comes from stillness, rather than activity, from looking closely, rather than covering ground, from being willing to find the world sufficient, as it is, rather than requiring it to offer more. The house at Ashwick stood at the edge of the moor. It was not a remarkable house, not in the way that houses are sometimes called remarkable. It did not announce itself from a great distance. It did not rise above the landscape with any particular ambition. It simply stood, as it had always stood, patient and gray beneath the sky. The walls were old, the kind of old that no longer troubles itself with appearances. The stone had been worn to a color that was neither quite brown nor quite gray, but something settled between the two, as though it had absorbed the color of every winter morning, and simply kept them all. The windows were tall and narrow, most of them dark. Only a few held any light at all, and those that did burned low, amber and still, like a single note held gently at the end of a long evening. Behind the house, The moor extended without boundary. On clear nights, you might stand at the upper windows and look out across it and feel the particular smallness that comes not from fear, but from understanding. But the night in question was not a clear night. A low mist had settled across the moor before dusk. By the time darkness came properly, the mist had thickened, not into fog precisely, but into something softer than that, a kind of diffusion, as though the air itself could not quite decide where the world ended and where the night began. Along the southern side of the house, there was a garden. It was enclosed by a wall. The wall was old stone, the same stone as the house itself, and it stood roughly to the height of a person's shoulder, high enough to hold the warmth, high enough to keep the wind from straying too freely among the things that grew within. The garden was not large, but it was full in the way that very old gardens become full, not by design, but by accumulation, by the quiet insistence of plants that have found their place and seen no reason to leave it. There were paths between the beds, narrow ones, laid in flat stone, uneven in places, worn smooth in others. The paths turned and crossed again, so that to walk them properly was to walk them slowly, and to walk them slowly was to see everything twice. At the center of the garden stood a tree. It was not a tall tree, but it was wide. Its branches had spread outward over many decades, until they reached the edges of the nearest beds, and cast a kind of canopy that was neither darkness nor shelter, but something between. In summer, the tree would have been heavy with leaves, but this was October, and in October at Ashwick, the leaves were mostly gone. What remained clung lightly, a few pale shapes among the bare branches, trembling faintly in the still air, as though uncertain whether to stay or let go. It was from the house that she came, not hurrying, not dressed for any occasion. She wore a dark coat over her night things, its collar turned up against the October air. Her boots laced properly, because she had learned long ago that a garden deserved that much. In one hand, she carried a small lantern, not the tall iron kind that stood at gates or on walls, but a hand lantern, brass, with a glass pane on 4 sides, and a small brass loop at the top, where her fingers held it easily. The flame inside was small, but steady. It cast a pool of amber light, no more than 2 or 3 feet in every direction, and she moved within it, as though it were a room. Her name was Maren. She had lived at Ashwick for a long time, long enough that she no longer thought much about how long. She had come first as a young woman, brought by her mother, who had tended the house. Before her, the garden had been her mother's too. Or rather, her mother had been the garden's. That was how Maren had always thought of it. Not that the garden belonged to a person, but that certain people belonged to the garden, were called to it, returned to it, found in it something they could not quite name, but would not willingly leave behind. She came to the garden every night. This was not unusual. It had been her habit for so long that it had long since ceased to feel like a habit, and had become instead simply the way things were, the way evening led to night, and night led to the garden, and the garden led, eventually, back to sleep. She did not always walk the paths in the same order. Some nights she began at the northern wall, where the climbing roses had been trained up the stone, and still bore a few last hips, dark red and dusted now with cold. Other nights she began at the door itself, turning immediately east, toward the long bed where the herbs grew, in their separate territories. Tonight, she began at the tree. She always began there, on nights when the mist was low, and the air had that quality of suspension that October sometimes brought, as though everything were waiting, not anxiously, but with the particular attentiveness of things that have been through many changes, and know that change will come again. She stood beneath the bare branches, held the lantern up slightly, looked. The last of the leaves were still there, 8 or perhaps 9 of them, pale as old paper, each one turning slowly, in a way that was too slight to be called movement, and too consistent to be called stillness. She had watched leaves fall from this tree for many years. She knew the way it happened. Not all at once, never all at once, but one by one, over days, until the last one was so alone that its falling was almost a relief. She lowered the lantern and moved on. The path beneath her boots was damp, not wet, precisely, but carrying that particular coolness that stone holds after rain. It had rained 2 days before, not heavily, but long, the slow kind of rain that comes in from the west and settles in, as though it has no particular schedule. The beds on either side of the path were quiet now. Most of what had grown through the warmer months had been cut back already. Maren had spent the last weeks of September moving through the garden in the afternoons, cutting stems, clearing the spent heads, leaving the roots to the earth. What remained had a different quality. Not absence, not emptiness, more like the quietness of a room after the last guest has left, but before anyone has come to clear it. A kind of breathing pause between one thing and the next. The seed heads of the teasel stood above the bed's edge, pale and dry, their forms intricate and still, holding the shape of summer, with a fidelity that no living bloom could have managed. Maren paused beside them. She did not touch them. Some things were better left untouched. Further along, the lavender bushes crouched low along the path's edge, silvery and compact. They had been cut back in August, and had responded with a dense new growth that was still green, still fragrant even now, even in the cold. She bent slightly as she passed, brushed the tips of her fingers along the nearest bush. The scent came up to meet her, familiar and sharp, like a word she had known for so long that she no longer needed to say it to know what it meant. The eastern bed was the herb bed. It was the oldest part of the garden, or at least, the oldest that anyone could say with confidence. Some of the plants there had roots that went down very deep into soil that had been worked for longer than the house itself had stood. There was rosemary at the far end. Very old rosemary, with stems as thick as a child's wrist, and bark the color of weathered silver. In spring it would be covered in pale blue flowers, each one barely larger than a raindrop. But now it stood simply as it was, dense and fragrant, permanent. Beside it grew thyme, several varieties, each one slightly different. Lemon thyme with its lighter, brighter scent. Common thyme deeper. Woolly thyme low and creeping, having long since escaped the bed, and made its way between the stones of the path, where it filled the gaps with something soft and gray-green that released its scent every time a boot found it. Maren stepped carefully. She always did. There was sage too, broad-leafed and quiet. Its surface was slightly furred, holding droplets of mist that caught the lantern light and held it briefly, each one a small and temporary star. She moved along the bed with the slow attention of someone who is not looking for anything in particular, but is not prepared to miss anything either. This was not inspection. She was not checking for damage or planning tomorrow's work. She was simply present, here, in the dark, with the plants, as she had been many hundreds of times before. The mint grew at the north end of the eastern bed, contained within a buried pot, to prevent it from taking over everything around it. This had been her mother's idea, one of many small wisdoms that Maren had inherited, without being taught them directly. She had simply watched, year after year, following her mother through this same garden, on evenings not unlike this one. And eventually, the watching had become knowing, and the knowing had become doing, and the doing had become, in time, simply being. Her mother had died in the spring. Not recently. Many years ago now. But spring had always carried her afterward, the way certain seasons carry certain losses. Not as grief. Not exactly. But as a kind of memory that visits without warning and stays only as long as a particular light. On a particular afternoon, the mint smelled cold tonight. Clean. Like something very simple that had not changed. Maren straightened, held the lantern a little higher, looked across the garden. The mist had thickened slightly since she had come out. At the far wall, the stone was no longer entirely distinct. Its edges had softened into the dark, so that it appeared less like a wall, and more like a suggestion, a border between the known and the less known. She moved along the path toward the western side. Here the beds were wider, and the planting was less structured. This was the part of the garden that had always been allowed a certain freedom. Her mother had called it the wandering quarter, not because anything walked within it, but because things grew here as they pleased, and had been permitted to do so for long enough that they now occupied the space with the particular confidence of things that have never been told they cannot. Foxgloves had seated themselves here 3 autumns ago. They were rosettes now, low to the ground, their leaves rough-textured and faintly luminous in the lantern light. They would come up in June, tall and proud, and careless with their beauty. But for now they waited, patient and earthbound, doing the underground work that would make the summer possible. Beside them, the dried stalks of evening primrose rattled softly. Their seed pods had split weeks ago. Most of the seeds were gone now, taken by birds, or carried by the wind, or already resting in soil they had found for themselves. The stalks remained, empty and pale, making a sound when the air moved. That was barely a sound at all, more like the memory of one. There was a wooden bench at the western wall. It was not particularly comfortable. Its slats had warped slightly with the years, and the armrests had darkened almost to black, with the accumulated moisture of many seasons. But it had been placed there by someone before her, with an eye for the view it offered, and Maren had never felt the need to change it. From the bench, you could see the whole of the garden at once. Or rather, you could see as much of it as a single lantern allowed. The rest existed at the edges, suggested, present but not insisted upon. She set the lantern on the stones beside the bench and sat. The cold of the wood came through her coat. Slowly, without urgency, she folded her hands in her lap and looked at the garden. This was part of the nightly work too. The looking, not purposeful looking, not the kind that categorizes, or measures, or plans, but the quieter kind, the kind that simply receives. She had learned this slowly. For many years, even her nights in the garden had been full of doing, weeding by lantern light, tying things back, moving pots that had shifted in the wind, small necessary tasks that filled the hours and made the silence into something she did not have to inhabit directly. It had taken a long time to be willing to simply sit, to let the garden be, without improving it, to trust that the darkness was not a problem to be solved, but a condition in which certain things became possible. She had been sitting with that understanding for many years now, and it had not disappointed her. The bench was not comfortable. She had thought years ago of replacing it, had priced new timber, had even sketched a design on a piece of paper one winter evening. Something wider, with better slats, perhaps a slight angle to the back. For support, she had not replaced it, had not been able to, not because of the cost, but because of the feeling she had when she imagined removing the old bench and setting a new one in its place. It felt wrong, not dramatically wrong, not morally wrong, just quietly, stubbornly wrong, as though the old bench had earned its position by virtue of being there for so long, by carrying the weight of so many other sitters. Her mother, her mother's predecessors, all the people who had come to this garden in the late evenings and the early nights, and had sat in the spot and looked at it. A new bench would be comfortable, but it would not carry that. And comfort without that was not what she came here for. So the old bench remained, warped and darkened, uncomfortable in exactly the way it had always been. And she sat on it and was glad it was still there. The night around her was so still that she could hear, or imagine she could hear, the slow tick of the house behind the garden door, the particular sound old houses make when they are settling into the cold. A creak here, a sound like a breath there, the roof contracting in a language of wood and slate that she had known for so long. It had become indistinguishable from silence itself. The house had spoken this language. On the first night she slept here, she had been very young, young enough that the sounds had frightened her. She had lain in the bed, in the room that was not yet hers, and listened, and been afraid. Her mother had come to the door, had not turned on a light, had simply sat on the edge of the bed, in the dark, and said, in a voice that did not ask her to be braver than she was, "It is only the house. Old houses do this. It is their way of breathing," and had sat there until the sounds had ceased to be frightening, and had become simply the sound of the place she was in. The place she was in. She had spent her whole life learning to be in the place she was in, not the place she wished she were, not the place she imagined, not the place she remembered or anticipated, the place she was in, on this particular bench, on this particular October night, with this particular lantern, in this garden that had received her every night for longer than she could count, without taking trouble to add the years. This was the practice. This was what she had come out here for. Night after night, with the boots laced properly, and the lantern filled, and the coat buttoned against the cold. To be here, in the place she was, fully, without reservation, without the part of the mind that was always slightly elsewhere, to bring all of herself to this one garden, in this 1 hour, and leave the rest to take care of itself, which it always did. She had found this too. The things she did not attend to during the night walk were still there when she returned. They had not required her presence. They had waited, and they seemed somehow less urgent than they had before she went out, as though the hour in the garden had not only restored her, but had reordered things slightly, had placed them in a more accurate size, had reminded her of what was large, and what was small, and what was neither, but only urgent. This was the gift. This was what she would not have known without the garden, the reliable perspective, the returning to scale, the cold air, and the lantern, and the tree, and the mist, putting things gently back in their right places, night after night, season after season, for as long as she could remember, and presumably for as long as she would. She thought about the word garden, how old it was, how many languages it had passed through, on its way to this one, from a root that meant enclosure, that meant a guarded place, a place that was defended and defined against the wild. She had read this once, in a book about the history of horticulture, that she had found in the Ashwick library, a small room off the parlor, whose shelves contained an eclectic collection of volumes accumulated over 2 centuries, with no particular systematic intention. The book had been old, its spine cracked, its pages brown at the edges, the handwriting of a previous reader. In the margins, small penciled notes she had not been able to read entirely, but whose presence she had found comforting. Guarded place. She had thought about this as she sat in the garden on the evening she had read it. Was that what a garden was? A place guarded against the wild? She was not sure she agreed entirely. A garden was not against anything. It was a negotiation, a long and ongoing conversation between the human will to order and the world's will to proceed on its own terms. In that conversation, neither side won entirely. The gardener shaped the garden. The garden shaped the gardener. Both parties changed. Both parties were improved by the engagement. Or at least, the gardener was improved. She could not speak for the garden, but she suspected it got something too. Some quality of attention. Some regular presence. That was not nothing. The garden at Ashwick had been attended for a very long time, and it showed, not in the showy way, not in prize-winning borders or flawless topiary, but in the way a place shows when it has been cared for consistently over many years by people who understood what care meant, a kind of density, a layering, the sense that what grew here had had time enough to go deep. The roots of the old rosemary reached very far down. She knew this because one year she had tried to move it, had changed her mind partway, and abandoned the project. The roots were beyond what she was willing to disturb. They belonged where they were, and that too was part of what a garden was. Things that had been long enough in one place to become inalterably themselves. Rooted, specific, not movable, not improvable, only to be left, to continue, to be what they are. The night deepened around her, not dramatically. There was no change in the darkness itself, no thickening of the air, no particular shift in temperature. Simply the sense, familiar and reliable, that the hour had grown later, and the world had turned a little further away from morning. The mist moved. She watched it. It came in from the north, over the wall, and then slowed as it entered the garden, as though it had found a warmer place, and saw no reason to press forward. It gathered near the tree, circled the base of it slowly, rose in a thin column toward the bare branches, then dissolved, and more came. She watched this for a long time, long enough that her breathing had slowed, without her noticing, long enough that the cold had ceased to register as cold, and had become simply the temperature of the world. There was a moth. She saw it first in the corner of her eye. A pale shape, small, moving with the particular randomness of something governed by light. It found the lantern in 3 or 4 passes, circled it twice, then settled on the glass. Maren watched it. Its wings moved once, twice, then stilled. It pressed itself flat against the lantern glass and seemed to rest there, taking whatever warmth the flame offered. She had always found moths more interesting than butterflies. Something about the way they belonged to this hour, the way they navigated by the available light, without asking for more than was given. After a few minutes, it was gone, lifted from the glass, and vanished into the dark, without sound, without ceremony, as things in a night garden tend to do. The house behind her held its own quiet. Maren could feel it at her back. Not as a presence, exactly, more as a familiarity. The way you feel a house you know deeply, even when you are not looking at it. Ashwick was not a house full of drama. It had no legends attached to it, no particular history of remarkable events. What it had instead was continuity, a long unbroken chain of ordinary days, ordinary winters, ordinary meals taken in the kitchen, and fires lit in the parlor, and boots left at the back door. For over 200 years, people had lived here, had slept and woken here, had buried their dead in the churchyard at the end of the lane, and planted new things in the garden. Every spring, most of them Maren had never known. They were names in a record, handwriting in the back pages of old books, initials scratched into the stone, at the corner of the garden wall, where a child had once done something a child should not do, and been forgiven for it. But she felt them sometimes, not in any manner she could explain, not as ghosts, not as voices, more as a kind of density, the feeling that a place has been tended for so long, by so many different hands, that it has accumulated something, a weight, a warmth, a quality of having been well used. She rose from the bench, picked up the lantern, and continued on. She moved east first, away from the bench, toward the gap in the beds, where the path widened briefly. In this wider space, in summer, she would sometimes find herself standing for long minutes, without moving, not from tiredness, not from distraction, but from the particular quality that the garden had in midsummer, at around 6 in the evening, when the light was warm and low, and the bees were finishing their day, and everything that had been flowering was fully open, and the scent of it all moved in the air as something almost tangible. Those evenings, she thought of them in October, not with longing, the way you think of certain things, not because you wish you were there, but simply because they are part of what the garden is, and you are glad they exist. The sweet peas in late June. She grew them up a framework of hazel rods at the far end of the wide path. By midsummer, they had become a wall themselves, pink and purple and white, and the deep wine color of the old-fashioned varieties, whose names she had found in a seed catalog that was itself nearly 50 years old. The sweet peas were the most demanding things in the garden. They needed daily picking, or they set seed and stopped flowering. They needed tying in, and watering in dry spells, and support when the wind came from the west. They were, in short, high maintenance, and she had grown them every year without exception. for as long as she had been at Ashwick, because the scent of them was unrepeatable. It was the thing that summer smelled like, when summer was being most entirely itself, sweet and complex and slightly spicy, and warm in a way that no description has ever quite captured. You had to grow them to know it, and once you knew it, you grew them forever. She had cut them every day, armfuls of them, put them in every room, the kitchen, the hall, the parlor, the room no one used, at the end of the upstairs corridor, where they brightened the air, for no audience at all, except the dust and the particular quality of afternoon light that came through that room's one narrow window. In July, she had believed for a long time that there was no such thing as excess. When it came to sweet peas in July, that conviction had not changed. Now the hazel framework stood empty. She had dismantled it in September and stored the rods in the shed, where they would wait through all the winter months, until the day in March when she would carry them back out and rebuild the frame. That day was one she looked forward to. The frame going back up, the first sign that the long patience of winter was about to be answered. She passed through the wide space, the lantern casting its pool around her. The path here was softer, not stone, compressed earth that had been walked on for long enough that it had become nearly as firm as stone, but which in wet weather retained a slight give, a responsiveness, as though it knew you were there. She came to the eastern bed again. She was making her second circuit. This was not unusual. The garden rewarded second looks. Things that were missed in the first pass presented themselves in the second. Not dramatically, not with any announcement, simply by being still enough that the eye found them. A spider's web between the rosemary stems. She had not seen it on the first pass. Now it was visible, hung with droplets of mist that the lantern found and turned to points of light. The web itself invisible, only the droplets, a pattern of lights, hanging in the dark air, like a constellation, in miniature. She looked at it for a long time, long enough that the lantern flame had time to move once in some imperceptible breath and shift the droplets' light, very slightly, just enough to make them seem to tremble. She did not disturb the web. She moved around it carefully. The spider had spent considerable time on that construction. It deserved the night. Beside the rosemary, a slug had made its way between the stems. She saw it by its trail first, the faint shine of it on the stone, then the slug itself, moving with the extraordinary purposefulness that slugs demonstrate. At night, she left it too. She did not have it in her to move a slug from the rosemary at 2 o'clock in the morning. There were limits, and those limits were, in the end, a kind of sanity. The garden after dark was not hers alone. She had always known this. She was a visitor to the night version of it. Welcome she felt, but a visitor nonetheless. The creatures that moved through it, when she was in bed, had their own arrangements, their own routes, their own purposes. She was, during the night walk, a temporary interruption. In those arrangements, she tried to be as small an interruption as possible. She had once found, returning from the shed late on a summer night, a hedgehog in the central path. It had been investigating something near the base of the rose bushes. It had not immediately registered her presence. She had stood very still, for perhaps 5 minutes, watching it move along the edge of the bed, with the efficient, slightly comic purposefulness of a small animal at work. When it had finally noticed her, it had stopped, looked at her, or faced her. She could not say for certain that what a hedgehog does constitutes looking, but there had been an assessment, a brief mutual acknowledgement, and then it had moved on, as though she had been identified as harmless and therefore not worth further consideration. She had felt, unreasonably, that she had passed some kind of test, had been admitted to the night garden on the hedgehog's terms. She still felt the same way. On every night walk, a guest in the nocturnal version of her own garden, grateful for the admission, careful not to overstay. The sky above the garden was entirely overcast, had been for days. October in the north was not a reliable source of stars, but she thought of them anyway. The nights when they were visible, clear nights in November, usually, or February, the winter stars at Ashwick were extraordinary. This far from any town, the darkness was real darkness. The sky not brown-gray, with reflected light, as it was in places where people pressed too close together, but genuinely dark. A proper night sky, the kind that reminded you how many stars there were when you could actually see them. She would extinguish the lantern on those nights, on the clear November nights, and the clear February nights. She would set it down and let her eyes find the dark. And slowly, over 10 or 15 minutes, the garden would reappear around her. Not brightly, not clearly, but sufficiently. The shapes of things, the paths, just pale enough against the beds. The tree, a darker mass against the star-filled sky. She would stand in the center of the garden and look up. Orion in the south, the Pleiades above the garden wall, Cassiopeia in the north, directly above the house. She knew them not as mythology, but as geography. The geography of winter, the map of the dark half of the year, as reliable as the garden itself, returning always to the same places in the sky, at the same time of year. There was a particular pleasure in being a person who noticed these things, not a scientist, not an astronomer, simply a person who had spent enough nights outside, in the same place, to have developed a relationship with the sky, as well as with the ground. Her mother had given her this too, had pointed out the first winter stars one evening, when Maren was small, had said the names of them, in the same tone she used for plant names. Simple, certain, as though they were simply things to be learned and known, not mysteries, not wonders, just things that were there, reliably, each winter in their season. She had retained that plainness. The stars were not mystical to her. They were neighbors, the distant and unchanging neighbors of anyone who spent enough time outside at night. Tonight they were invisible. The cloud was total, the mist too close to the ground. But she knew where they were. Behind the cloud, in their usual places. Orion rising in the southeast, the Pleiades above the wall, as they always were. In the third week of October, she felt no need to see them. Knowing they were there was sufficient. This, too, she had learned from the garden. The sufficiency of knowing. The difference between needing to see and simply trusting that what has always been continues to be. The roots of things going down into the dark. The seeds sleeping in the cold. The bulbs waiting in the earth. Since September, the stars above the cloud. You did not need to see these things to know they were there. You needed only to have been here long enough to trust the pattern. She crossed the central path, moving diagonally now, the way you only walk in a garden you know well, cutting across the formal pattern of paths to reach a specific place by the most direct route. The place she was heading was the northeast corner, beside the compost heap. Behind the shed, there was a gap in the wall there. Not a breach, not a place where the wall had fallen. A deliberate gap, an opening in the stone, just wide enough for a person to step through. Sideways, if that person was not too large, and if they turned slightly, and did not mind the stone brushing their shoulder as they passed. The gap had been there since before she arrived, before her mother, perhaps since the wall was first built. No one had ever widened it or given it a gate. It simply existed, a small and unofficial entrance to the garden from the lane that ran along the north side. She had used it once a night, usually. Sometimes not at all. Sometimes twice. On the nights when she needed to feel the moor, she would step through the gap and stand in the lane for a few minutes. Feel the openness of it, the moor extending beyond the lane's opposite edge, in a darkness that had no walls, and no lantern, and no particular limit. She did not do this to frighten herself, or to test herself. She did it because there was a quality to the open moor at night that the garden, for all its virtues, could not replicate. The garden was enclosed. The moor was not. The garden was known. The moor was less so. And standing at the boundary between them, 1 foot in each, was its own kind of balance, its own kind of instruction, in the value of both things, the enclosed and the open, the tended and the wild, the known and the endlessly, productively unknown. She reached the gap in the wall. Tonight she did not step through. She stood at it, held the lantern back slightly, so that it did not send its light into the lane, and looked through the gap. The lane was dark, the moor beyond it darker. The mist had thickened since she last looked, and the far side of the lane was not entirely visible, but she could hear it. The moor, or rather, she could hear its silence, which was different from the silence of the garden, in a way that she felt, but could not describe precisely. The garden's silence was inside something, contained. The moor's silence was outside everything, uncontained, moving outward in all directions, without reaching an edge. She stood at the gap and let both silences exist, the one at her back and the one before her, and felt, as she always felt in this place, that the gap in the wall was not merely an opening in stone, but a threshold, a place where one kind of world acknowledged another. After a few minutes, she stepped back into the garden, back into the lantern's small domain, and moved on. The southern wall was where the fruit trees grew. They were trained flat against the stone, their branches spread wide, in the espalier pattern that had been established long before Maren's time. A pear tree on one side, an apple on the other, a plum in the center, older than either, its bark gnarled and dark. The fruit had been gathered in August and September. What remained now were a few late apples, too high to reach easily, still clinging to the branch, with a stubbornness that Maren respected. The birds would have them eventually, or the frost, one way or another. Everything released, in its own time. The plum tree was already entirely bare. Its branches traced intricate patterns against the stone. In the lantern light, the shadows they cast were more complex than the branches themselves, overlapping and shifting slightly. As the flame moved with her breath, she stood before it for a long moment, thinking of nothing in particular, or thinking of everything at once, which amounted to the same thing. There was a cold frame at the base of the southern wall, a low timber box with glass panes across the top. Inside it, she had planted seedlings in late September, wallflowers mostly, and a few stalks. Their leaves were very small still, but they were there, green and determined, in their small dark world. She lifted one of the glass panes slightly, just for a moment, let the cool air enter, then lowered it again. They did not need tending. She simply liked to check, to know that they were there, that beneath the glass, in the cold dark, something was growing, slowly, without urgency, already preparing for a spring that was still 5 months away. She moved back toward the center of the garden. The tree again, the mist thicker now around its base. She walked the perimeter path, the one that ran just inside the wall, wide enough for a single person, if that person moved without rushing. At the northeast corner, the compost heap occupied a square of bare earth, behind a low wooden screen. She passed it without stopping. It needed nothing from her tonight, but she was glad it was there. There was a kind of satisfaction in the compost heap that she had never tried to explain to anyone, but had always felt clearly. The sense that nothing was wasted, that the end of things was also the beginning of others, that the garden was a closed loop, in which every spent stem, and fallen leaf, and rotting windfall was already on its way back to becoming something else. She found this comforting, deeply and reliably comforting, in a way that few other things were. She had once tried to explain it to a visitor, a young woman who had come to stay at Ashwick for a fortnight one summer, and who had expressed a polite but genuine curiosity about the garden. They had walked it together in the afternoon. The young woman had admired the flowers and asked sensible questions about what grew well and what did not. She had picked a sprig of lavender and held it to her nose and smiled, and then she had said, "I imagine you feel very close to things here, to the natural world." Maren had considered this. She was not sure that close was the right word. Close implied a distance that had been shortened. It implied that you had once been farther away and had moved nearer, but she had never felt far from it. Not since she was very small. She had been brought up in gardens, the way other children were brought up. In houses, the garden was the first place she remembered. Not this garden, but one very like it. Her mother's garden before Ashwick, a smaller one, in a village some miles south of here, at the back of a gray stone cottage, in a lane that went nowhere in particular. She remembered the smell of it, how it changed through the seasons, in ways that were reliable, enough to feel like promises kept. The cold smell of turned earth in March, the sharp green smell of new growth in April, the complicated, layered scent of full summer in July, when everything was flowering at once, and the bees moved through it all, as though following an invisible map. And the autumn smell, the October smell, which she had never been able to describe precisely, but which was something like earth releasing summer, wood beginning to dampen, leaves returning, something sweetly vegetative in the air. That was the smell of things composting, and things ripening, and things simply being what they had become. Over the course of a year, she had not found the right word for it by the time the visitor asked, so she had simply said, "Yes, I suppose you could call it that." And the young woman had smiled and moved on to ask about the roses. And the moment had passed, as moments do, but she had thought about it afterward, on one of these night walks, about the difference between closeness and belonging. Close was about proximity. Belonging was something else. Belonging meant that the garden was not separate from her, in a way that required a bridge, that she did not experience herself as a visitor to it, or even a caretaker of it. Precisely, she was more like a particular and recurring element of it, the way water is part of a landscape, not dominating it, not decorating it, simply running through it, in the course of its own nature. She had felt this most clearly on the night walks, when there was no one to observe her, no one to report back to, no work to justify the being there, only the garden, and the lantern, and the hour, and the feeling of absolute sufficiency that came from all three. Together, at the northwest corner, stood the water butt, a large barrel of dark oak, bound with iron hoops, now reddish with age. It was nearly full. She could hear the water when she placed her hand on the wood. Not loudly, just the faintest movement within. A settling, a small internal conversation that the water had with itself. When the world was very still, she stood there for a while, listening. The moor was silent beyond the wall. Not the silence of an empty place, but the silence of a place that has set down its sounds for the night and will pick them up again in the morning. Somewhere very distant, an owl called. Once, then nothing. Maren did not move until she was sure it would not call again. Then she moved on. She came to the place where the roses grew. Not the climbers at the wall. These were old shrub roses. 3 of them, planted in a row, near the garden center, between the tree and the path to the door. They had finished flowering in September. Their hips were fat now, dark orange against the gray branches. Some of them still perfect, some already beginning to wrinkle, softening, returning. She had not cut them back. She never cut them back until February. Through all the winter months, the hips remained, red against the frost, red in the snow when snow came, red in the thin January light, when everything else had long since abandoned color. They were the most reliable thing in the garden in winter. And winter was the time when reliable things mattered most. She touched one of the hips gently, felt its slight give, left it where it was. There was a night some years ago when she had come to the garden in the first deep snowfall of the year. She had not intended to stay long, only to check that the cold frame was covered, that the frost cloth was properly weighted over the more tender things. But she had stayed for hours, because the garden in snow was not the garden she thought she knew. It was something else entirely, something reduced and clarified to its essential shapes, the familiar paths invisible, the familiar beds leveled, only the bones remaining, the tree's arms, the dark crowns of the roses, the stone wall, with its white cap. She had stood in the middle of it, without the lantern. She had left it inside that night, because the snow had brought its own light, the way fresh snow does, returning the night's dark to something pale and diffuse, as though the ground itself had chosen to hold the day a little longer. There had been no sound, absolutely none. Not the owl, not the wind, not her own breathing, which she had somehow slowed to almost nothing. She had stood there and felt, for the first and only time in her life, completely outside of time, not lost, not displaced, simply removed from the ordinary current that carries a person from moment to moment, without asking, placed instead in something that was not a moment at all, but a condition, a state, a brief dwelling, in the pure present tense, of a winter garden, under snow. She thought of that night often, not with longing exactly. The memory was not one she tried to hold on to. It did not need holding. It had simply entered her and remained there, the way certain experiences remain, becoming part of the texture of how a person understands their own life. She carried it the way the garden carried the frost, not as damage, not as loss, as something that had passed through and left a kind of clarity. Tonight there was no snow, only the mist, only October doing what October does, growing later, growing colder, growing slowly toward the season that requires more stillness. From everything, Maren walked the central path, the one that led from the door to the tree. She had walked it so many thousand times that it felt like something worn into her body, rather than into the ground. Her feet knew every raised stone, every place where the path dipped slightly. After rain, every gap between the stones, where the thyme grew. She walked it now without the lantern's guidance, holding it low, not needing it, just carrying it, as she always did, because the weight of it in her hand was part of the ritual, part of what made the night into the night it was. She thought of the word ritual. She had not chosen it for herself. Someone had applied it to her. A visitor years ago, an older man who had stayed at Ashwick for several weeks one autumn, while some business of his was settled at the local solicitor's. He had seen her going out one night with the lantern, had watched from the parlor window, and the next morning at breakfast had said quite gently, "I saw you performing your ritual last night." She had not corrected him, but she had not adopted the word either. Not immediately. Ritual implied something fixed, a prescribed sequence of acts, a ceremony with a purpose. Beyond itself, she was not sure the night walk was that. It had no fixed sequence. She went to different parts of the garden first. She stayed shorter or longer depending on the night. She sat or did not sit. She looked at the stars or found them absent. She found moths or found nothing. It was not prescribed. It was not even reliable in that way. What was reliable was only the returning, the fact of coming out, the lantern, the coat, the boots laced properly. The door opened, and the garden entered. Over time, she had come to think of it differently. Not ritual, practice, in the sense of a thing done regularly. Not for a specific outcome, but for the quality of attention it produced. The way a musician practices scales. Not because scales are music, but because scales make the hands ready. For music, the night walk made her ready. For what she could not always say. For the next day, perhaps. For the sleep that followed it. For the particular quality of waking that came after a night in which she had paid attention to the right things. She had read somewhere that certain monks walked the same path every day as a meditative practice, a walking meditation, back and forth, along the same few yards of ground, not to get anywhere, not to see anything new, but to be fully present in the act of walking itself. She understood this, though her path was longer and less regular, and had a garden in it, rather than a cloister. The principle was the same. Walk, pay attention, let the walking be the thing that matters, not the destination, not the conclusion, the walking itself. She had reached the tree again. On this particular night, the second time, her hand on the bark again. The bark the same as it had been half an hour before. The same rough patches, the same smooth places, the same temperature, the same particular aliveness. Beneath her palm, she stood there, a little longer this time. Not for any reason, simply because she could. Because the night was long enough, and the garden was patient enough, and there was no requirement to move on before she was ready. The mist moved around the base of the tree. She watched it. It spiraled very slightly, in a movement too slow to observe directly, but visible when she held her gaze, soft and still, and let the periphery of her vision do the work. Like the practice itself, you did not look directly at what the garden gave you. You looked beside it. You attended without insisting. And what was there came into focus on its own terms, at its own pace, in its own time. The garden had a sound. She had noticed it first many years ago, and had never found a satisfactory way to describe it. It was not music. It was not silence. It was the particular acoustic quality of a walled space at night, when the air was very still. The walls held the sound, whatever small sounds occurred within them. The scrape of her boot on stone, the soft movement of a stem, in an air she could not feel on her face, the distant creak of the house settling, were held within the garden's walls, and allowed to diminish very slowly, without hurry. Before the silence returned, it made everything sound intentional, as though each small sound had been placed carefully within the listening space, and was understood to have meaning, simply by virtue of occurring. She had spent long nights in that quality of listening, and had come away from them, feeling something that she could not call enlightened, but that was certainly the opposite of troubled. A settling, an alignment, the sense that the body's many small agitations had been given the space to quieten on their own terms. She believed in that, in the body's capacity to quieten itself, when given the right conditions, when not rushed, when not asked, when simply placed within a space that was itself at rest. She reached the tree, placed her free hand against its bark. The texture was familiar, rough in places, smoother in others, where the bark had worn away, and the pale wood beneath had been exposed for long enough to develop its own surface. She had touched this tree thousands of times, and each time there was still something in it, some response. Not warmth exactly, but not cold either. The temperature of something living, the temperature of patience. She looked up at the branches, the remaining leaves. Those 8 or 9 pale shapes were still there, holding, as they had been when she arrived. One of them detached. She watched it. It did not fall so much as drift, turning once, lazily, in a spiral too slow to be called falling, and too deliberate to be called floating. It settled on the path, near her feet. Without sound, she looked at it for a moment, then looked back at the tree. 8 leaves. Now 7. She did not move it. It belonged where it had landed. In the morning, it would be swept to the compost, with everything else. But tonight, it was exactly where it had chosen to be. There had been a gardener before her, and before her mother, and before that, others. Maren had found traces of them in the place where the house kept its records, a small room off the kitchen passage, its shelves stacked with ledgers and account books and occasional loose papers, in handwriting that spanned generations. She had read many of them. Not all. There were years she had not touched, decades whose pages she had left closed, not from incuriosity, but from a feeling, not quite explained to herself, that some archives were better approached slowly. But the garden records she had read carefully. They were kept in a series of small books, with cloth covers in different colors, each one begun by the gardener of its decade, each one containing notes that ranged from the practical to the deeply personal, sometimes within the same sentence. One entry from many decades past reads simply, "Planted the pear tree against the south wall today. Took 3 of us to get the roots in properly. Tomorrow will tell." And then below it, in the same hand, "The evenings are shorter now, but the garden holds the light longer than the sky does. It has always done so." Maren had read that passage many times. Each time, it said something slightly different to her. Or rather, she heard something different in it, depending on the year she was in. When she returned to it, that was the nature of good sentences. They grew with you. They accommodated what you brought to them. They said different things, at different times, without changing a word. Another entry, this one from a woman whose name she did not recognize. A single season's worth of notes, beginning in spring and ending abruptly at midsummer. The reasons not recorded. The last entry in her hand read, "The damask rose I planted 3 years ago has bloomed for the first time today. Better than I expected. Larger, more deeply colored. I was there when it opened. I am glad of that." Maren had looked for the damask rose. She had not found it. That particular line had ended, somewhere in the intervening decades, replaced by other things, or simply lost, the way things in gardens are sometimes lost, not through neglect, but through the simple passage of too much time, and the particular kind of forgetting that is not carelessness, but only nature, finding its own level. She had planted a new damask rose in the 2nd year after her mother died, not to replace it, not to restore anything, simply because a damask rose belonged in this garden, and because the woman whose writing she had read had been glad to see one open, and perhaps someone else, in some other future decade, would also be glad. That was enough. That had always been enough. The wind came briefly from the north. A single movement. There, then gone. It passed through the garden and moved the few remaining leaves, and set the dried stalks briefly in conversation with one another. Then it was gone, and the stillness settled back, as though nothing had disturbed it. Maren had turned to face it when it came. An old reflex, the gardener's instinct to know the wind's direction. Now she turned back to the path. She walked toward the door, not hurrying, but moving in that direction. The night was beginning to draw toward its later hours. She knew this the way she always knew it. Not from a clock, not from any particular signal, but from the quality of the silence, which had reached a certain depth, that she had learned to recognize over many years as the silence of the hours that belong only to themselves. 2 o'clock, perhaps half past, the hour when the last fires in distant houses had long since burned down to ash, and the earliest risers had not yet reached for the match, the hour that belongs to gardeners and owls, and the slow turn of the mist. She paused before the door and looked back at the garden, at all of it. The lantern light reached only so far, but she did not need to see all of it. She knew where everything was. She could have walked every path blindfolded and found the tree, the roses, the lavender, the cold frame with its waiting seedlings. She could have found the place where the thyme grew between the stones, and the corner where the initials had been scratched into the wall by a child long dead, but somehow not entirely gone. She looked at the darkness and felt the garden within it, present, reliable, still here, as it had been for every night of her life that she had thought to look. She turned, opened the door, stepped back into the house, left the garden to the mist, and to the darkness, and to whatever small creatures moved through it now, unhurried, going about their own quiet work. She had not always gone in directly. There had been years, many years, when the night walk ended, not at the house door, but at the garden shed. The shed stood at the northeast corner, close beside the compost heap, as though the two had been placed there by someone who understood that the tools of a garden and the end products of a garden belonged in the same vicinity. It was a modest building, timber-framed and stone-floored. Its roof was old slate, a few tiles replaced over the years, when the originals had slipped or cracked. Inside, everything was arranged in the way that tools are arranged by someone who uses them daily and knows their own mind. The long-handled tools hung on the wall to the left. The spades, 3 of different sizes. The forks, 2 digging forks and 1 smaller one for the careful work near roots. The hoes, the draw hoe and the Dutch hoe, and a 3rd smaller one that she had made herself from a handle found in the barn, and a blade she had modified to fit the tight spaces between her closer planted rows. On the wall to the right, the smaller things, trowels of different widths, a dibber of polished hazel, dark with years of use, twine in balls of different thicknesses, gloves, several pairs, at different stages of their useful lives, pruning knives with wooden handles, a pair of sharp scissors for the herb work, secateurs with red handles, so that she could find them in the beds when she inevitably set them down in the wrong place. The bench ran the full length of the back wall. Wide timber, scarred with the marks of all its years. Rings left by flower pots. A dark stain near the left end, from a bottle of winter oil that had fallen over once, long ago, when she was not watching. On the bench, in autumn and early winter, there would be bulbs, laid out on newspaper, labeled in pencil, waiting to be planted. Or, in the case of those that needed to be stored rather than planted, set in trays of dry sand, each one separate from its neighbors, not touching, because certain things need their space, even in dormancy. She had spent many hours in the shed, in all weathers, in the rain, listening to it on the slate roof, in snow, with the light outside gone flat and white, and the shed darker and warmer than usual, in the low slanting light of November afternoons, when the sun came in through the small window on the south side, and found the dust motes floating above the bench, and turned them briefly to gold. She had also spent quiet hours there at night, before the night walks became what they were, before she trusted the darkness enough to simply be in it. She had repaired things in the shed by lantern light, sharpened blades, mended wooden handles, with linseed oil and careful rubbing, sorted seeds into their packets, and written on the outside, in her small precise handwriting, the name of the plant, the year of harvest, and occasionally, when a particular plant had been remarkable, a small note, exceptional color, very sweet scent, grew taller than usual. Try on the south wall next year. These annotations had accumulated over decades into a small archive of their own. Seeds in envelopes in a wooden box, on the shed shelf, each one a record of something that had grown here and been thought worth preserving. She had opened that box many hundreds of times, had read her own old notes with the mild interest of someone encountering a younger version of themselves. The handwriting had changed over the decades, had started careful and slightly effortful, and become gradually more assured, more economical, the way handwriting does when a person has made peace with their own manner of expression. There were seeds in there, from plants that no longer grew in the garden, species she had tried once or twice, and decided did not suit the place, or species that had suited the place very well, but had never been replanted, for reasons she could no longer exactly recall. The seeds were old now, most of them past viability. She kept them anyway, because they were part of the record, because a box without its older envelopes would not be the same box, and a garden without its older history would not be the same garden. Even a history of things that had not worked out perfectly was still a history, still something worth keeping. Inside, the kitchen was warm. The range had been banked before she came out, and it breathed steadily now, a low, consistent heat that settled around her as she moved through the room. She set the lantern on the kitchen table, unbuttoned her coat, hung it on the hook beside the door. The cold from outside was still in her coat, still in her hands. It would take a few minutes to leave. She did not mind. She had always liked the feeling of coming from the cold into the warm, the gradual unlocking of the body, the slow returning of circulation to the fingertips. She filled the kettle, set it on the range, then sat at the kitchen table and waited. The kitchen at night had a different quality than the kitchen in daylight. It was the same room, the same stone floor, worn smooth near the rain, where generations of feet had stood to stir things. The same deep sink, the same shelves, with their ordered jars and tins. But at night, the room simplified itself. The things that had no light on them ceased to insist on being noticed, and what remained was only the lantern's small domain. The table, a chair, a pair of hands, resting on old wood. She looked at her hands. They were a gardener's hands. She had accepted this long ago. They were not the hands of someone who had spent their life indoors. They were darker than most, marked by soil in ways that washing never entirely removed. The nails short and practical, the knuckles slightly thickened from years of cold and wet, and the work that hands do when they are used well. For a long time, she liked her hands. She had not always. When she was young, she had sometimes wished for different hands, softer ones, more presentable, the kind that were admired in the parlor. But that had been a long time ago, before she had understood what hands are for. They are for work, for the patient, daily, unspectacular work that keeps the world in order, for pressing seeds into soil, for clearing paths, for holding a lantern through the mist on an October night, simply because the night deserves to be walked in. The kettle began its slow building. She listened to it, the small sound growing from almost nothing to a murmur, to something clearer, the range ticking beneath it, the occasional settle of the house. She made the tea slowly, as she always did at this hour. Warmed the pot first, let it sit, then measured the leaves, then poured, then waited again. These small, precise actions had a quality she valued, not just for the tea they produced, which was always good, but never remarkable, but for the quality of attention they required, a kind of care that was proportionate to the task, neither more nor less than the situation asked for. She thought this was a skill worth cultivating. Proportionate attention. Not everything needed intense focus. Not everything needed to be examined from every angle. Some things needed only to be done gently and carefully and without fuss, like tending a garden, like walking it at night, like sitting beneath a lantern and listening to what the dark had to say. She poured the tea, carried it to the chair by the range chair, its cushion flattened by years of use, its arm worn to a particular smoothness. On the side where a right hand had rested many thousands of times, she settled into it. The warmth of the range on her left, the tea in her hands, the kitchen quiet around her. Beyond the window above the sink, she could see the garden wall, just the top of it, a dark line against a marginally less dark sky. And above it, the mist, moving still, slowly, without urgency, as though the world beyond the wall were continuing at its own pace, without needing her to watch it. She did not watch it. She drank her tea and let the warmth spread through her slowly, and sat with the particular contentment of someone who has been outside in the cold and dark and has come back in, not from fear, but from readiness, not because the outside was finished. The outside was never finished, but because she was. For tonight, for this particular October night, the tea cooled slowly. She did not rush it. She turned the cup in her hands occasionally, feeling the change in its warmth, from very warm to the kind of warmth that is nearly indistinguishable from the warmth of the hands holding it. When she had finished, she set the cup on the stone beside the range and remained in the chair, her head resting back, her eyes moving without particular direction. Across the ceiling was plaster, off-white in the lantern light, with a crack along the north wall that had been there since before she arrived, and would likely be there after she was gone. She had long since stopped thinking of it as something to repair. It was simply part of the ceiling, part of the character of the kitchen, part of the way the house recorded its own time, without assistance. The lantern on the table cast a still pool of light. Its flame had not moved since she came in. The air in the kitchen was very still, still enough that the flame appeared almost solid, a shape rather than a movement, amber and certain. In the middle of the dark room, she thought about the tree, about the leaf that had fallen, about the 7 that remained. By tomorrow night, there might be fewer, or perhaps they would hold. Perhaps the wind would stay from the south, and the remaining ones would find another few days. It did not matter. She was not attached to either outcome. She had learned this from the garden too. The importance of not requiring the outcome you prefer, of being equally present to the full tree and the bare one, of finding the same garden in both. Because it was the same, she was certain of that now. Whatever the season, whatever the light, whatever the number of leaves remaining, in a tree that had stood longer than she had known it, the garden was the same, patient, present, sufficient. There were things she had learned that she had not set out to learn. This was how the best things were learned, not by seeking them directly, not by sitting down with the intention of acquiring wisdom, but by doing something else entirely, by walking a garden, for instance, night after night, for many years, and finding that along the way, certain things had been given, without announcement, without asking to be received, simply placed gently, in the course of all that walking, into the part of her that she carried back to the house every night, along with the lantern, and the cold, and the smell of lavender on her fingers. One thing the garden had taught her was the art of the right time. Plants knew this. She had always been struck by it. The way a seed would lie dormant for months through conditions that seemed perfectly adequate for germination, only to sprout suddenly on a particular morning in March, when something in the soil, or the air, or the light met some interior signal she could not measure. The seed did not hurry. The seed did not make itself ready. Before it was ready, it simply waited, with a completeness that she had spent many years trying to understand and had never fully achieved. But she was closer than she had been. She could say that honestly. After all the years in this garden, she was considerably closer to the patience of a seed than she had been as a young woman. When she was young, she had been a hurrier. She had wanted to arrive at things sooner than they came, had been impatient with the slowness of the processes that mattered most. Growth, understanding, the slow making of a life. She had wanted to be further along, always further along, as though the point of it were somewhere ahead, and not here, in the exact place she already occupied. The garden had cured her of this. Slowly, of course, over many seasons, in the way the garden cured her of most things, by being very patient with her impatience, by continuing to grow at exactly the pace it grew at, and offering no apology for this, and eventually convincing her, through sheer consistent example, that this pace was not a flaw, but a principle. A thing grows when it is ready, not when you are ready for it. These are different schedules, and they rarely coincide. The gardener's job is to provide the conditions, and then stand aside, to water, to weed, to protect where protection is needed, and then to leave the growing to the thing that grows. She had found this principle applied beyond the garden, applied to almost everything in fact. The growing of understanding, the growing of acceptance, the long and unpredictable growing of something like peace in a life that had not always been peaceful. You could not force these things. You could only create the conditions. Walk the garden, carry the lantern, sit on the bench, pay attention, and trust that what was growing would make itself known in its own time, as things always had, as things always did. Another thing she had learned was the value of the night itself, not as a time of rest, not as the absence of day, but as its own complete thing, its own distinct country, with its own light, and its own temperature, and its own quality of attention, that daylight did not offer. In daylight, everything competed. Color competed with color. Form competed with form. The eye was pulled in every direction by the abundance of visible things, and settled nowhere for long. At night, The competition ceased. What was visible was visible. What was in the dark was in the dark. And the light chose what would be seen. A lantern was a very specific light. It did not try to illuminate everything. It illuminated what was nearest, and left the rest to exist, as presence rather than image. She had come to trust this, to appreciate the editing that darkness performed on the garden, the way it reduced things to their essential weight. The tree was not its leaves at night. The tree was its shape, its mass, its particular presence in the air. The rose was not its color. The rose was its scent, and its form, and the fact of its being there. This was truer, she sometimes thought, than what daylight showed, or at least as true. Another way of being true. Daytime truth and nighttime truth. Both needed, both real, neither complete without the other. She had walked this garden in every season, and every hour. She had seen it in the full blaze of an August noon, when the color was almost overwhelming, and the heat came off the stone in waves you could feel from 3 feet away. And she had seen it in this October midnight. Mist, a lantern, 7 leaves, and the particular silence of a place that knows itself. She did not have a preference. She had been asked. The young woman with the lavender sprig had asked. Which season did she love most? She had not been able to answer, because the question assumed that the seasons were comparable, that one could be placed above another, and found to be superior. But they were not comparable. They were parts of a single thing, a single long continuous thing, that moved from one expression to another, in a circle so slow, you could spend a whole life inside it, and still not see all of what it was. You could only see your own portion, your own stretch of the circle, and love that portion, not because it was better than the rest, but because it was yours, because you had been there, because it had happened to you, specifically, in your particular life, in your particular garden, with your particular lantern, and your particular cold hands, and your particular understanding of what the night was for. She set down the empty cup, looked at it for a moment. The glaze on the outside held the lantern's amber in a small distorted pool. She looked at it the way you look at small beautiful things at 2 in the morning, with a particular quality of seeing that is available only then, when the mind is quietened enough to let the small things in. She had read once that the Japanese had a word for this, for the beauty of imperfect, impermanent, incomplete things. She could not remember the word. She had never needed it. She had the garden. The garden was full of it. The imperfect things, the impermanent things, the things that were incomplete by design, and beautiful for exactly that reason. The leaf that had just fallen, the web that would not survive the next hard frost, the last apple on the highest branch, the seedlings in the cold frame that might not make it through January and might come up extraordinary in May. All of it uncertain, all of it brief, all of it exactly as it should be. She must have dozed, not deeply, The chair was not made for deep sleep, and some part of her remained, always connected to the sounds of the house, the way certain people remain connected to their responsibilities, even in sleep. But she had drifted, for some time, in that space between fully asleep and fully awake, where the mind moves with more freedom than it does in either state alone. She had been in the garden, in the way you are in places, in that kind of half-sleep, not walking it, not doing anything within it, simply there, present to all of it at once, which is not possible in waking life, but is entirely ordinary in the places between sleep and waking. The garden had been summer, or something adjacent to summer. The beds were full, colors everywhere, the tree leafed and heavy, the damask rose, open at last, its petals a deep rose pink, that she had not seen yet in waking life. The woman from the garden records had been there. She had not looked like anything in particular. The way people in that kind of dream are simply present, without being described. She was tending something at the far end of the eastern bed, her back to Maren, her hands moving with the easy economy of long practice. Maren had not spoken to her. The woman had not turned. It had not been that kind of meeting. It had been more like being in the same room as someone who is entirely absorbed in their own work, and finding that your presence there requires nothing except to be present. She had woken from it without any feeling of departure, the way you sometimes do from the gentlest of sleeps, simply finding yourself here in the chair with the lantern and the cooling rain and the dark window above the sink and the garden beyond it, still there, still quiet, still doing what gardens do. In the long October night, she rose from the chair, moved to the window, looked out. The mist was still there, the wall still a dark line, the sky above it still that particular darkness. That is not the darkness of deep night, but the darkness of the hour, just before the darkness begins. To consider leaving. Not light yet, not nearly, but perhaps the suggestion of a direction, the faintest possible intimation, that somewhere, a long way east of here, something had begun to consider the possibility of morning. She watched for a while, the way you watch a horizon, when you know nothing will happen quickly, but something will change eventually, and you want to be there when it does. Then she turned away from the window. The kitchen was warm, the lantern steady, the cup empty on the stone, the range breathing, everything in its place, everything as it should be. She took the lantern, moved toward the passage, the narrow corridor that led from the kitchen to the foot of the stairs. The boards there were familiar. Third one creaked. She stepped over it by habit, not because anyone slept who might be woken, but because certain habits are worth keeping, even when their original purpose has long since passed. Upstairs, the hallway was narrower, the ceiling lower, the air slightly warmer than the kitchen, because heat rises in old houses and gathers above, the way memories do. In the uppermost rooms, her room was at the end of the hall. The door stood open, as she had left it. Inside, the window faced south. She had chosen this room, for that reason, so that she could see the garden from her bed, or at least the upper portions of the garden, the walls coping stones, and the trees crown, and the sky above them. In summer, she woke to the swallows. They built under the eaves, and were the first sounds of any morning worth having. In winter, she woke to whatever the sky offered. Frost, rain, sometimes snow on the sill, sometimes simply gray light. Pressing gently at the glass, she set the lantern on the table beside the bed, removed her boots, each one set carefully beside the other, toes aligned, the habit of decades. She did not know when she had started doing this, or why, only that she did, and that the doing of it, night after night, had become its own kind of small satisfaction. She lay down. The bed was cold, for a moment, and then, as the warmth of the range chair, and the tea, and the October night redistributed itself through her, it was simply the bed she had slept in, for longer than she could easily count, the bed that knew her weight, that knew the particular way. She settled into it, onto her side, one arm beneath the pillow, the other resting above. She looked at the window. The mist was out there. She could see it as a faint blurring of the dark sky at the glass, soft and indistinct, moving or not moving. She could not quite tell. The lantern flame was very small now, the oil nearly done. It would burn for perhaps another half hour. She had learned its rhythms. It would shrink slowly, flicker once or twice, then settle lower, then lower still. And at some point, while she was already asleep, it would go out. She had never minded this, the lantern going out in the night. She had never woken from it, or felt the dark shift into something other than what it was. The dark was simply the dark. The room was the same room, whether the lantern burned or not, and the garden was the same garden. Out there, in the dark, with the mist, with the tree, with the 7 remaining leaves, holding to the branches, as long as they could, or as long as they wanted, which was the same thing. She thought of the garden in January, the deepest part of winter, when even the most patient things seemed to have stopped entirely, when the beds were bare, and the paths were hard with frost, and the trees stood absolutely empty against the white sky. People who did not garden sometimes assumed this was a dead time, a gap between one growing season and the next. But she had known for a long time that this was wrong. January was not nothing. January was the most intense activity of the year, simply invisible. The roots of the hellebores spreading through the cold soil, the bulbs building their flowers in the frozen dark, the tree preparing the biochemistry of spring in the silence of its own wood, the bacteria in the compost working slowly through the cold, slower than in summer, but never stopping, converting the spent year into the material of the next. All of this without any apparent sign. All of this in the deep and private work that cold months require. The work that happens when no one is watching, when no one expects to see evidence, when the surface offers nothing and asks for patience instead. She had always felt that there was something important in that the deep work is often invisible, that the preparation for what is coming does not announce itself, that the roots going down in January have nothing to prove to the surface of the world. She had tried to apply this to herself in the years that had felt slow, the years that had offered no evidence of progress or growth, or any movement toward anything, the years that had felt from the inside like the bare and frozen January garden. She had reminded herself, in those years, of the bulbs, of the roots, of the invisible work that looks like nothing from the surface, but is in fact everything. She was not sure this had helped. Not always, not immediately, but it had been available to her. The thought, the image of it, the January garden working in silence, and it had come back at the right times, which was its own kind of help, perhaps the only kind, the kind that does not resolve anything, but simply stays near, ready when you are ready for it, like a garden in spring, like a lantern in a dark street, like the smell of lavender when your hand brushes past it on a cold October night. Her body was heavy with the night, with the cold air, and the warm kitchen, and the tea, and the walk, and the long slow work of simply being awake in the hours when most people were not. She did not fight it. Sleep, when it comes, shall be received, as the garden receives rain, not resisted, not diverted, simply allowed to do what it has come to do. She let her thoughts soften, the way thoughts do, when the body is ready, and the mind has been given enough space to stop working. The garden was still there. She could feel it. Through the wall, through the glass, through the dark October air. The mist moving, the tree standing, the 6 leaves, or however many remained by now, holding or releasing, as they chose. The lavender keeping its gray silver, the rosemary keeping its depth, the seed heads barely rattling, in a stillness so complete that even that slight sound was enough to be heard. The cold frame with its seedlings, green in the dark, growing first downward, before they grow up, before they reach for light. The roots always first, always the roots first. The spider's web between the rosemary, still there, still hung with its points of mist. The spider somewhere near its center, waiting with the absolute calm of a creature that has made what it needed to make, and now has only to wait. The compost heap working in silence, the bulbs sleeping, the apple tree's last fruit, still clinging to the highest branch, red against the dark, the gap in the wall, open to the lane open to the moor open to the sky, the sky pressing gently, so gently, toward the idea of morning. All of it turning, all of it breathing, all of it continuing, and the way things continue when they are old enough to know their own rhythm and trust it. She felt herself at the edge of sleep, the way you feel the edge of a field, not a boundary that stops you, an invitation to step through into the unmapped country on the other side, where the garden exists differently, where her mother tends something she cannot see clearly, where the damask rose opens in summer light, and the bees are already there, knowing, as bees always know. She let the edge come to her, did not reach toward it, did not pull away, simply remained in the last few moments of the waking world, and let them become what they were becoming. Quiet, darker, safe. She closed her eyes. The garden was there, on the other side of the closed lids, on the other side of the wall, on the other side of the October night. Waiting, resting, growing slowly downward, into the winter work. The roots going deeper, the seed sleeping, the tree remembering all its summers in the slow language of rings. And now, the night grows quieter still. The lantern remains, but you no longer need to follow it. You may rest here, in the stillness, where nothing more is asked of you. Let the story fade gently, as all quiet things do. There is no ending to hold on to, only the soft passing of the moment. If your thoughts return, let them drift again, like mist along the garden path, like fog between old stone, like the slow breath of lavender in October air. Your breathing may slow now, easy, unhurried. Let the garden carry you, as gardens carry everything, without effort, without asking anything in return. And as the night continues on, you may simply follow it into rest. The lantern will remain, whether you are watching or not. And here, in this quiet place, you are free to let go. Good night.